Hello. It's me. We're here. It's the game. I love it when you first turn on OBS, you know. You turn your camera on, you're there, sitting there waiting, and your game's like, I'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it. Silly computers. More the software than the computer though this time, isn't it? But hello, welcome to a new week. It's Monday for me. 8 degrees today. Not even that bad. I'm cold, but like not overly. Last night it was even warm enough where I had half the blankets not even covering me, so must have been alright. Not sure what we're getting up to today yet. That's why the title is the way it is. Might do a lockout of Criterion, might do some Heaven on High, might do some Eureka Orthos. Kinda depends on how I'm feeling. I mean, I'm not feeling overly great today because I'm a little sleepy, honestly. I'll take that. First cake pot of the week. Get a little win. It's nice. Good way to start the week, right? Okay, so this is alright, but you know, we gotta go for the 1, 2, 3. I'm glad we did. It's not bad, not bad. Not a bad start. 2 10,000s. Maybe jumbo cake pot as well. There's hopium, right? You always gotta just... Well, we got 4th. Immediately, as soon as I talk to her, I'm like, oh, I got something. But that'll be the end of it because I don't pick the same final number. Never have, never will. The reason why when I win, I will never win 3 times. But yeah, as I was saying, kind of just chilling until either something happens or I start doing something. I'm not 100% sure if we're doing like a Criterion or something today, but there is a chance. Honestly, didn't look over the Criterion stuff that I said I was going to look over the weekend either. Oh. And I'll also apologize for not streaming on Friday last week. After I said on Thursday that I'll be back tomorrow. Because a builder came around again. Apparently, 3 visits by people that wanted to look at the house last week. 2 builders and a fireman. Like... kind of annoying, but you know, it's something you gotta deal with, especially when you're renting. So hopefully this week I don't have any interruptions like that, because I'd like to be able to stream for 5 days a week. Just like once in the last 2 months. My first month of streaming was really good. Streamed basically every day of every week. And since then, I've had computer issues, life issues, people issues. Like, that first month went amazing, and then it all went shit after that. But anyways, let's do some content. We'll do a frontline, get us started. Yeah, we just hit 16 last time, so probably not going to level to 17 again today, but maybe I can go 3 for 3 for this week. sort of closing in on home cap. Might get it done because while waiting with no general word on what's happening, I'm probably just going to do some roulettes. Get some commendations. Also, I'm feeling a little congested still, like my nose is definitely feeling it right now. As I'm talking, I can feel it even more. So I was thinking about doing some like casual questing, just to read some stuff and, you know, do some quests that I haven't done this expansion. But with that, probably not. It's probably going to be hard enough just to talk normally. I don't want to have to read anything. That's probably not going to happen. I'll probably just do some things and have fun where we do. If Criterion doesn't happen, I'll probably just do some Eureka Orthos today. I do have 2 save files at 91 for Heaven on High now. It's definitely going to happen this week. Hopefully. I'm hoping that Heaven on High will be done this week. Our first run anyway. It will never be done because I'm kind of addicted to deep dungeons now. The more I think about deep dungeon, the more I think about quitting raiding with stream content. Like for now, I'm enjoying the raiding and especially going into ultimates, which I'll be doing soon, but there could come a time, maybe like next expansion, where I'm just like, I don't actually want to raid anymore. So like I'll still probably play Final Fantasy even if I wasn't raiding, but it's like deep dungeons and Criterion. I just like content that isn't feeling like it's taken away from stream now. So obviously with a raid you got multiple other people. Sometimes I'm just like, man, if only my stream content was just stream content. But we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to not raid on stream, right? Let's say it's like your big thing. I think I could just be free to do everything else that I want to do without it though. Like it kind of stops me from playing other games. Somehow we're in second, even though it felt like we didn't even take that too much. Like, especially right now when I'm opening Steam and, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 just come out, which is, I think I could turn into a pretty fun series, especially doing some, like, RP and stuff. But also, in the near future, we've got, like, Starfield. Now, Bethesda games can be a buggy mess. We're gonna, yeah, like, I knew we were gonna get pinched here so hard. Right, I got all of their attacks on me. As soon as we ran in here, I was like, we're gonna be pinched, and then we were. But about Starfield, even though Bethesda games can be a buggy mess, I will attribute the early success of this channel back when I started streaming. What was it, like 4 years ago now? My first foray into streaming, I would attribute like Fallout 4 to a majority of success on this channel. That's when I gained affiliate and all that stuff. You know, I've got a 5-year sub badge on this channel, and I've only streamed for like 1.5 of those years. So back when Fallout 4 was peaking, so was I. So if it's anything like Fallout 4 and Skyrim, then I think I'd get many hours of enjoyment out of it. But it's just one of those games where I don't see myself playing while I'm raiding in Final Fantasy. That's just something I was thinking about over the weekend. Nice, we got him. Easy kill. Maybe I'll be an easy kill because I can't move. We will see though. I just don't ever see raiding as like my content that I'm just gonna be doing 24/7. It's something I've been thinking about more as I look to go into the ultimates. Especially because I'm enjoying Deep Dungeon a lot right now, and it's just solo content where I can just focus on myself and stream. Definitely a nice feeling. And I already know there are people out there that are just doing Deep Dungeon as stream content. So it works. Give me the... I could not target that reed mage for the life of me. I'm gonna go up here and around. It's also new Genshin Impact content coming out at the end of this week, I believe. Maybe start of next week. 4.0 is coming though, a new zone, whole new nation basically, and well, I'm all caught up on that game, so I'm sort of like, oh, I could get into that. I feel like if we jump down there, we're just gonna get pinched again. I think for now I'll just observe. Because even though I dislike the gacha aspect of Genshin Impact, you know, I haven't ever really spent money on that game, even though it's a very money-hungry game if you want it to be. I like the gameplay and some of the stories are fun. Die. I just walked up to that man, said die, and he did. That sort of stuff doesn't happen in raiding either. Like, I think out of all the activities that I do in this game, I think raiding is probably my least favorite. I enjoy aspects of it, but I think as I'm getting older, like I care less about passing, and I don't really care about killing bosses. I enjoy progging bosses, but that's why Criterion's fun. Because it's basically 4-man content that is actually challenging. But I might smile here and there while I'm raiding, but it's not... I don't think it's often enough to say I'm enjoying it. Alright, let's gang up on these boys. Well, they really want to kill that guy. Leave him alone. They really wanted to kill him. Reed's kind of destroying. And you know, they're gonna get a lot of points right there. We'll see though. I never want to say never, like with stream content, you know, I might wake up one day and be like, oh yeah, that raid, hell yeah, let's do it. It looks cool, awesome. So I mean, I have said once before that I wouldn't be streaming Savage in the past, and then I did. So when I first played the game, like 3 years ago. Lou, go fight Reed. No need to fight us. We both need the points. Yeah, I think Reed's gonna run away with this one. There is a chance, right? It's just rather slim. And we will probably have to fight Reed off over here. But I think for now, like, with stream content, I definitely want more just me time. That's why I'm liking the deep dungeons, because it's just solo. I get to just do it. No one's there to screw it up apart from myself. Talk to stream. In a raid, I have to kind of focus on other bullshit. Honestly, I think Reed can win before we even get this down if they're doing enough. But we'll get second. They come down here, we can kill them. They'll lose points by coming down here. Yeah, this will win them the game. We'll confirm our second before it ends. It's not that bad. Good job, Noel. Happy birthday. It's that guy's birthday, apparently, they were saying in chat, so we'll give him a commendation. That's all I can give him for his birthday. It was my birthday last week. I probably got a commendation out of it. So we'll give him one now. No word yet if Criterion will be happening, but it may be today. I want to queue up at level 50. So maybe I'll queue up a 50, 60, 70, 80. Just hope to get lucky. See. I kind of want to cap as well. Obviously this doesn't give any comedy, but working on getting some like alt job gear and stuff. Not that I need it. Especially if I quit raiding. I think a part of my enjoyment of raiding is when it's new, right? So doing this tier of Savage was kind of fun, even though it took my group like 6-7 weeks to clear P12 because we just kind of sucked at the end, even though we cleared all 3 first fights on week 1. I say first fights, the first 3 fights on week 1. We kind of staggered a little bit towards the end. Took us probably 2 or 3 weeks longer than it should have. But yeah, I like the newness when it's new, and then it kind of fades over time. So I'm glad we're done with Savage actually, because I would have actually been bored now. Which is crazy, because when I blind progged my first tier of Savage, I probably killed, what was it, E7? Yeah, it was the Shiva tier. We probably did E7 like 17 times before we were done with it. Like Shiva took so long, it was like 3 or 4 months to blind prog. Fucking light rampant, man. Rough. That was a good first tier to start Savage on. But I think the same thing happened in World of Warcraft. I just lost the desire to raid or care about raiding. I'm hoping Ultimate feels a little bit better, but you know, if I clear a few Ultimates and then I'm like, I don't really care. I'm not going to push myself to go for all 5. Like, I think it would be a fun goal to do, and it would definitely help me be done with content in the game. If I'm sitting there looking at, you know, like Starfield, Baldur's Gate, Terraria, Ori, Warframe, all of these games that I enjoy playing and probably would enjoy playing, and I'm like, man, I really want to play those today. I don't want to log in and raid even though it's a raid day. Then I'm just gonna stop. I think every raider comes to this point at some point. Like, the desire is still there, but it's not as strong as it once was. I know, a streamer I know who's been playing World of Warcraft for like 10 plus years, just streaming there, basically doing raids every other day with some variety in between. He pretty much did what I'm feeling this year, and he's also in his 30s, so it's probably about the time. Maybe I should do what Echo does. Just log in, do the new raid for the first week, and then never log in again until there's something new to do. But I do still enjoy Final Fantasy. Like I said, Deep Dungeon is my new jam. So only I can fail it. If I fail, it's generally because 1, RNG screwed me, or 2, I made a mistake. They're equal. Like, I can make mistakes and RNG can screw me, but usually one or the other is good. I mean, I definitely had RNG screw me and make mistakes on the 98 fail last week. I could have made some better plays. But it's a learning experience. It's like Dark Souls. It's also another game I'd like to play sometime soon is Elden Ring. I don't know if I'll enjoy it as much as Dark Souls, because Elden Ring is open world and I'll probably just overlevel all the bosses. But I've watched maybe like 2 hours of Elden Ring, so it's basically blind. It would be a fun thing to go through. Just figure out all the storylines and stuff that those games usually have. Only problem with Souls games is the community. Like, all video game communities can be quite bad, but Souls and backseating, holy... I played Dark Souls 3 like, I want to say 4 years ago on stream. And so much backseating. The first day I played that game, I walked past an item, because obviously I don't know where items are when I'm playing it for the first time without a guide. And some dude I've never even seen in my chat was like, hey, you passed an item back there, go and get it. I'm just sitting there like, I've never played the game. I have zero knowledge of what I've been doing. And you're telling me to do something that like a veteran player would do. when it says in the title, no backseating also. Get out of here. Never see that guy again because he's banned. That is one fun thing I do miss about streaming that game though, is I got to time out and ban a lot of backseaters because I hate backseating so much. I love figuring things out by myself. When I got people just trying to tell me what to do, I'm just like, nah. So I started streaming Dark Souls 3 out of the Dark Souls 3 directory and it got a lot better. You know, it was just people that wanted to watch someone play a game rather than the Dark Souls 3 people that wanted the backseat. Put yourself in just chatting or something and you're all good. Because let's be real, just chatting as a category, universal. We're always just chatting. There's probably streamers out there that aren't just chatting because, you know, there's maybe some mute streamers and streamers that just don't want to talk to people. But that's fine. They have their niche. But I love talking. That's why my name's Frankie Talks. There was ever a day where I wanted to not talk, I probably wouldn't be streaming. Also, I've got to be a little more aware. I'm going to try. It's like 3 minutes past every half hour. But ads happen, right? And I want to try to make note of it and give a heads up. Because Twitch and ads are, yeah, well, let's be real, they're crazy. But I've had a lot of people in the last weeks that are just like, ads. It's like, yeah, there's ads on Twitch. It's gonna happen. I can't do much about it. I'm an affiliate. It's not like, the only way I could get rid of ads on my channel is to get rid of affiliate. And doing that gets rid of my emotes, the option to subscribe, basically anything that's good about the platform. Oh, the twinning. Haven't had this for a while. Not a dungeon I need. I'll take the twinning though. Plus it feels like Eureka Orthos. It's basically the same mobs from Eureka Orthos. I don't actually think there's a point in running with these mobs. There's a wall. But sure he'll figure it out. There it is, there's the wall. And now they're just spread all over the place. Worst thing about the twinning is when you fight a boss, because the music stops. But, you know, it's not that bad. I'm not addicted to deep dungeons, gets the twinning. Which is just Eureka Orthos. Classic. I am addicted to deep dungeons though. Gives a lot of money too. It's pretty good for Gil. The old deep dungeons. I wouldn't mind after I'm done completing all 3 of them solo. I wouldn't mind doing like a scoring run, which is a bit of a different gameplay. Just to see how high I can get on the leaderboards. I never really care about being on the leaderboards for anything I do, but hey, if I'm not raiding, maybe it's a bit of fun. I doubt I can take number 1. Just with the classes that I enjoy playing. There are some really good deep dungeon players. Also, maybe I go Omni, you know? Just do 19 different jobs for a deep dungeon. Alice did 19 of 19 complete, that'd be sick. There's so much content just there. Might get boring for the regular people, but masochists enjoy it, and maybe I'm becoming one. Do 'em. Kind of funny though, I was thinking probably the other day I put it on my Discord, I'm like, man, Necromancer was easier than Lone Hero for me, and that's a bit sad. Well, I guess we're breaking a case. Necromancer's meant to be harder, but definitely felt easier for myself. Hey look, it's Limit Cut. Alright, the tank ran up there, but everyone else ran down here. Samurai, you might get cleaved. I did as well, but do a dismantle so I don't die. But it's kind of a mess. Yeah, I don't remember it being this messy. Hello, Kelly. How you doing, buddy? That guy was reading. Crazy. I haven't seen anyone read one of those since I read it when I first started the game. I pulled a group. Help. Finished Bloodborne? Nice, man. Hell yeah. I'm not doing bad. I'm just having a... I don't know if it's like a crisis moment, but I was thinking over the weekend that, you know, I might see how a few ultimates go and then I may consider just not raiding anymore in this game. Because I'm becoming addicted to deep dungeons. And I find them more entertaining to do on stream. So that's how I'm going right now. Also, I'm not sure exactly what my group is doing, but we might be doing Uwu to start instead of top. Just for like a little bit of practice before we actually go into a hard one, so our plans might change also with that. Not that we had any plans yet, but you know what I mean. Because we have a new tank and we're still looking for a new healer, a shield healer. So we need to like trial people, and I guess trialing people in top or top, little bit risky. So that's probably not gonna happen. But yeah, I was thinking earlier, like, over the weekend and stuff, I'm just like, man, there's so many fun games that are coming out or have come out. You know, like Baldur's Gate 3 just came out. I probably wouldn't mind playing through that. And Starfield will be coming next month. I want to play Elden Ring at some point. All these games that I'm unable to really play while raiding in this game. I'm just like, man, it'd be so easy to like play all these games if I wasn't raiding. Same thing that happened with World of Warcraft when I was raiding the net game. Because I like video games, but I don't like playing them when I'm not streaming. I just find it more fun when it's sort of like, you know, you're chilling on the couch. I'll just stand here with you here, that doesn't matter. Chilling on your couch, you got your boys around, you're watching. That's basically how I see streaming. No one wants to watch their boys raid. Yeah, 100%. But I still enjoy this game enough, and I would still probably just do deep dungeon runs and maybe a Criterion dungeon every time it comes out, because it's fun. I like Criterion because it's 4 people. It doesn't take as long. Like, my group's almost done with the new one. We probably have like 2 or 3 more days of it before we finish. But we're only doing like 2 hours every now and then. Not something I need to spend forever on. Also, I never know if I even need to use flamethrower. I feel like flamethrower is kind of useless, right? But it might actually be good at level 80. I can't remember. I'm not a machinist. I just play it when I feel like I need something to do that's not tanking or dragoon. But also, in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, World of Warcraft's releasing their hardcore classic mode. And I'm like, man, that's another MMO that I'm gonna have to play. That's fair. I feel like I used to always press flamethrower, but now that guy doing back there, he's got a mob just chilling out. Now that I don't really play Machinist outside of just casual content. Look at this dude. He's just fighting them 1v1. He didn't even try to come to the group. He's like, nah, I got it, boys. It's all good. Wouldn't it be great though if we had the same right here? I know. Because even though, you know, Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft, the 2 big MMOs, are mortal enemies, I am going to play both. There's been times in my life where I've enjoyed both of them. So, having a hardcore mode in WoW, that makes me interested again. I'm like, yep. That's one thing I don't mind doing, is playing what I'm going to enjoy. Fight like this though does make me want to still do T. Oh yeah, it goes that way. I forgot which way it went, honestly. It's okay, I blew up. There's another one around there. Maybe before I quit raiding for real, I have to do tea still. Maybe I'll make that a goal. Because it was the fight that got me into the game. You know, you just hear the Alexander music, it's like, oh, you have to. I just wish there weren't 5 ultimates that I have. Because unless I get ahead of it now, I'll always be behind, right? Like if I wanted to do all the content, I would have to do it this expansion. Sucks. I was pressing a bad button. You drop the queen behind you under the boss for more uptime. See, I'm a machinist pro. Not many machinists do that. He 1v1'd the dude, so I gotta give him the commendation. Just in case there was a minion or a music, you know. 100 gauge pro, I know. Sometimes I'm a pro. I was thinking about how proud I was putting my queen right under the boss, right? For max uptime. I wasn't thinking about pressing the other button. Yeah, I think the reality of it is I probably could catch up and do all 5 of the ultimates, but how much would I really want to play the game afterwards, right? So my group's probably going to be doing Uwu, and then probably going into top afterwards. Unless they change their minds again. I don't really like that, but maybe someone would buy it. So maybe while top's happening, I also do tea, and then we're big chilling. DSR looks so fun though. Frick. If there were 2 ultimates that I really wanted to do, it would be T and DSR. Especially the final phase of DSR as a tank. It's probably the hardest tank fight. The final phase of that fight. I mean, PTNS was pretty rough on tanks, but there's nothing on the final phase of DSR. See, there's the issue, right? There's fights that look fun and that I kind of want to do, but at the same time, I'm like, do I do? Might do a an expert Or even just a level 90 dungeon. I don't want to do an expert. I'll just do a level 90. Queue might be slower, but gives me more time to sit here and contemplate life. Huge problem when there's video games out there that you want to play more than a MMO that you've been playing, right? I think I'm down to just cycle through games, so sort of like what Preach is doing. I don't know if you know of Preach, but he's a big streamer. Used to be a World of Warcraft streamer, then he turned into a Final Fantasy streamer. Now he just plays every game. He just plays what he feels like. I'm sort of like, man, I need to do that. I think not raiding was the best thing that happened to his stream. Because he was in a situation where he was raiding with like the world first guild in World of Warcraft, right? And then his stream was starting to take off, like his stream in YouTube, I guess. Not stream back then because no one actually streamed back then, but YouTube was starting to take off. And he's like, man, I want to put more time into this and I want to put into raiding world first, so I'd rather just not raid. That's sort of how I feel with content creation. Like, it really limits you. And there's still enough Final Fantasy XIV to do outside of the raiding world. Criterion Dungeon is sick. Deep Dungeon is sick. Story's pretty sick. The normal raids are good enough. You know, one run of the normal raids, get the story, and you're like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. That'd probably be a fun savage, but then you're like, no, maybe I'll do Party Finder once or twice here and there. If I had a better schedule, it would be pretty good, because then I could just stream for like my stream time and then raid outside of stream time, but I don't have a good schedule. Like, especially with where I live. Living in New Zealand makes scheduling pretty difficult. Because obviously I stream during pretty American good hours. Most of Europe's sleeping or going to sleep soon. But America's just getting home from work, right? I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty good time. Not very good time for Oceanic at all. Because it's like 9 in the morning in Australia and 11 AM here. But if there was ever like a group that started an Oceanic raid at like 7 PM, that'd be perfect. But then also I can't stay awake too late. I like getting to bed before like 11 generally. I would prefer closer to 10, but 4:11 PM is good. Then I need to wake up early. Sometimes really early, like 5 in the morning. For other commitments. My schedule's kind of scuffed. But fitting raiding into it definitely makes it worse. And you know, I've already thought about this for like 5 years. I hate schedule raiding. Like, there's nothing worse in life to me than scheduling myself for a video game. So why do I keep doing it? It doesn't make sense. Us humans always go against ourselves. Also, I have like 1,000,000 gil in my bags right now, but I'm unable to sell anything on the market board at the moment for some reason. My retainers haven't sold anything for like a week. I do like raiding, that's the problem. I think if anything though, this tier has showed me that I don't really care about Savage. Like, I could care less about doing Savage. If I could just do ultimates and you know, complete them relatively quickly, like they come out and I bang them out and it's been like 2 weeks since they've come out, that'd be good content. Then I only need to stream raid for 2 weeks and I'm done. But getting to that point would take a lot of sacrifice. Like, the kind of people that do that are probably a lot better than I am. But most of that comes down to experience, I'd say. Because now after this tier, I feel like I can hang with like the week 1 crew for Savage. Because it wasn't that bad, even though the DPS checks of this tier were rather like minimal. Like, you could kill it, you could basically kill every fight with tank or healer LB, you didn't really have to do DPS that well. It was more mechanic check, which is fine. I like that. But I feel like I could hang with the week 1 crew after this tier. Not so sure about ultimate though for week 1. It'd be hard. No, not as your whole. This is the worst one. This is actually the worst level 90 dungeon. Oh, someone said they liked my portrait. It's just a gun. They're feeling very American, you know. They like it. They're like, oh, gun. Hey, Kona. Also, I think my reaction for my P12 kill is basically sums up how I feel about Savage raiding. I don't know if you watched my P12 video, but this was the reaction. It was underwhelming, to say the least. But that might be because it took, you know, 6 weeks. After we reached P12 on week 1. So you can never be sure. A week 1 P12 kill? Probably. Like bring my queen out a little early, but I didn't want to have to wait for it. Safe ley lines. Well, I mean, he almost got hit, but safe ley lines. I like Machinist though at 90 because you don't really need to think. You just press the buttons. Like compared to the other range physicals, it's so chill. Maybe I'm a machinist main. It doesn't have a gun sword, but you know, a gun nonetheless. And it has reprisal. That's pretty cool. Dude, I was pumping. Not that I have ACT or anything, but I could tell. Sometimes you just feel it. You know in your bones that you're pumping. Also, even if I get like all the legend titles, I'm never gonna use them. I already have the most prestigious title in the game. Right? You use like your first hard title to get forever, basically, right? Blue Justice. I don't have that one because I haven't done any any of that content. That's some sort of raiding that I would actually like to do, is Blue Mage content. Just because it's different. I like unique content. Nice, we killed it before the summon got off. Blew that thing up. May as well, even though everything literally died as I used it. Keep the stuff on cooldown. Also, I was playing a little bit of Halls of Torment last night, you know, just going through. Getting the stuff that I haven't got done, and I'm basically finished with the game. But they are bringing out new content soon. There was like a... gonna be like a beta for the next patch soon, I think. Another map. So maybe when new content comes out in that game, I'll play through it for like a day and then that'll be it. That game goes by pretty fast when you're playing a lot. I mean, we got 2 days of stream content out of it. Pretty good. Dude, that's crazy. I wonder why more machinists don't do that. Maybe because you have to turn around and it's annoying. You know, it's something that's... don't really remember all the time. But the queen spawning behind you just makes it so, like... it's an obvious thing to do, I feel. Just turn around and make her spawn under the boss. Otherwise, she has, like, the wind-up charge, right? Where she is to spend maybe 2 seconds just charging into battle. That's potency loss. Oh no, I drilled instead of... oh well, it is what it is. See, in that case, you don't really need to do it, but... I'm just doing it now for the hell of it. Save drill. Don't mind me, just 100 gauge. Nothing to do with it. Man, those mobs really didn't like the tank. Hell yeah. A limit break? You don't see that every day. It's good though. Because I wasn't going to use it. He wasn't going to use it on the boss. It's like... Speaking of ultimates, Kelly, did you get your re-clears of T done? Maybe not all, but some at least. I don't want to overcap here. Will Queen stay out? Surely, right? Oh, he becomes untargetable. Brick. I didn't know that. Wow, that was a useless queen. Now I know. I never knew the boss became untargetable until now, because obviously you're not really doing damage while you're spinning around. Does sort of make sense though, now that you think about it. Those guys really didn't want to move. I just have to pause. Pause DPS. Well, not DPS, but pause using buttons because he's going to be untargetable. Looks like the healer wanted to die. Oh man, I have so much. I can't get it all off. Wildfire's just gonna have to go. There was so much stuff. I'm giving the column to the healer because they said they like my portrait. Thank you for riding Pyre's tanking service. Exit on your right. Have a great day. Cringe. Yeah. Okay. I need one here so I get 2 lines. That'd be nice, but I don't really care that much. Just got to get it done today. Can't desynth that because it's too low. Don't get any experience out of it. Rubbish. Also, it's funny, I didn't mean to stumble into like Genshin Impact update stream, but the other day I was just like on Twitch, right? It was maybe 11 PM, it was like Friday or Saturday, so that's my days where I stay up late. And I saw the Genshin Impact channel streaming. And I'm like, what's this about? Apparently there's like a whole new continent or a whole new zone coming out, nation I guess, coming out at the end of this week. I'm like, what the hell? Now I do consider myself to be a small Genshin Impact enjoyer. The gameplay, some of the story, really good. The music, pretty freaking good. Like, I think the Genshin composers give Soken a run for their money. Now, I know a lot of Final Fantasy fanboys are probably like, Soken just makes godly music every time, but so do other people. And I am a music enjoyer, so there's that. The gacha aspect of it, the spending money for the waifus, I don't really care about that. I don't partake in that stuff. Like, I'll do the free rolls when I got them, but I think I spent $8 total on Genshin Impact when it first came out. And that was on an account that I'm not using anymore, so it's like I've spent no dollars on it. But yeah, I saw that stream and I'm like, well, I am caught up on the story, which means I can actually do this place when it first comes out, unlike the last 2 nations that has been released where I was probably like 2 years behind. But I don't know if I'll stream it. What am I up to now? Probably just finishing my Wondrous Tales. Either a level 50 or a 81 to 89 is what I'm thinking about right now. So, I don't know, because I don't know what I want to do. I'm sort of chilling while I wait to see if there's any confirmation on if a Criterion run is happening today, because there were slight plans made for Criterion, but only slight. That's why I haven't jumped into any deep dungeons. So if you want to do a dungeon with me, let me know. Because I'll do one eventually when I think about what I'm doing, but... Maybe I finish off the weekly cap also. Can't do that. Might go to Ildershire actually. We'll be there soon anyway. That's fair. Gotta take care of yourself. No, dungeons are dungeons. They're always around. Do you think you'll get this mount, Kelly? Obviously you'd have to do Savage, but... Cute mount. Cute mounts do not belong in Savage. They should give Savage players an ugly Magitech mount or something. I do like it though. I think it's nice riding around and not axolotl. Axolotl? Yeah? You feel like you have to get it, that's fair. If there was like a kiwi bird mount in the game, I would definitely have to get one of those. Because, you know, that's... I think my country is actually the only country that has them native to the country. I don't even know if there are kiwis any other place in the world. Like, even in zoos. I have actually, back when I used to go hiking a lot, I've seen kiwis out in the wild, and it was always a fun experience because they're birds that can't fly. So they just like waddle on the ground in front of you and then see you and then start running off, and they look so weird when they're running. Basically everything in New Zealand looks weird that's native to New Zealand because there's no predators in New Zealand, right? I mean, you've got possums, which I guess you could say are a predator, and cats, which are less of a predator now because more people keep their cats inside than like the 90s and early 2000s. But also cats generally aren't in the bush. They don't really go that far out the cities, right? So when you go deep into the bush in New Zealand, it's always fun what you experience. I think if there's ever a chance in the future, I would love to get an IRL set up so I can just go for a hike. Maybe do a camp overnight and experience New Zealand with the chat. I think that'd be fun. The only problem is I think the cell service is generally pretty rubbish outside of the cities, but we are, as much as I dislike Elon Musk, we are getting more Starlink set up around the country, so maybe that will fix it. You know, he's an idiot, but he's useful sometimes. Let's see, maybe I'll do just a level 50 dungeon. Go up lots of them and see what we get. What's a fun level 50 dungeon? There isn't really any fun level 50 dungeons. Maybe we'll just queue up these ones because they'll actually pop. It's free choices. Lost City. Is that the one with Diablos, or is that Amdapor Keep? I don't remember which one has Diablos. I did Diablos with 3 sprouts right when I took my break before Endwalker. Yeah, that boss was ridiculous. And Shadowbringers, he's pretty easy now. You can just one phase him. Like, he doesn't even get gates off now, sadly. But I did that with 3 sprouts that had no idea on the fight. I gave them like 3 attempts before I said anything, because I like letting people learn if they want to, right? And they were just saying in chat after the 3rd attempt, they were like, man, I have no idea what's going on. And all 3 of them were, I think, together. Like, they were playing through the game together because they were basically all in the same FC and stuff. And then I started giving them little hints every wipe that went by. We spent like an hour in the dungeon, basically. The timer was about to time out. But they got it. And they're just like, man, we would have been stuck here for like hours if you weren't here to help us. I'm just like, hey, it's a hard dungeon, you know? This boss probably the hardest dungeon fight in the game. Yeah, that's fair. But it was nice to feel appreciated. You know, when you take sprouts through and help them out, and you actually give them good advice rather than just like force feeding or saying get good or some rubbish like that. So they can sort of work out stuff by themselves and just get better at the game by doing. And then they're all like thankful and cheering at the end. They're like, yeah, we did it, woo. I kind of live for that moment. That's why I liked raiding with new players, I think. I actually prefer raiding with new players in this game than I do people that have been raiding for years, because new players appreciate every kill that they get. Someone like me who's been raiding for like 18 years in video games, I'm just like, cool, killed another boss. Next. I kind of feed off it. That's why when I took my friends through P1 through 4, like 7 people who had never done Savage, it felt so good when we killed a fight. Because even though for me it was like, man, we're on this fight for hours longer than we had to be. Seeing my friends happy that we got it, like, I'm proud. I'm a proud father. Stuff like that. Maybe I should just do that with raiding. Just teach people raids. Although there's already a market for that, right? Like, I watch Llama Todd a lot. He's basically got that thing covered. I'd rather just watch him teach people raids than do it myself. Although I will say, there are people that need to know about mechanics in this game a lot harder, because this macro I've never seen anyone use, and it's basically the best macro in the game. Especially because you can use it for something like tied in jails, right? Like there's 3 people that get tied in jails. You just press this button, it cycles through numbers. Whoever presses it first gets number 1, whoever presses it second gets number 2, third gets number 3, and so on. Like it's just a game mechanic that people don't seem to use. It's definitely a macro that I've already shown my raid leader for when we go into ultimates. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that want to learn. True. Console, you might have a little bit more issues with it, but I feel like it would be doable. No add-ons, caveman. Although, right now, other than latency, I don't use any add-ons either, so I'm basically caveman in it. I can't click myself. I can't get rid of the 2. That's one issue. Even though the macro has a delete function, if you're spamming it, it'll just get stuck on you. Because the macro is basically it gives you the mark and then it takes it off in 10 seconds. But if you're spamming the macro, it's But yeah, I use only one add-on, and it's just to give myself a level playing field with other people that are playing on like low latency, right? I've still got 150 ms in the game, so mechanics will still fuck me if I stand in the wrong place. But I'm able to weave correctly without having to deal with 150 latency. I'm not ashamed with using this macro or this add-on. I think it should be standard in the game. I mean, World of Warcraft has an in-game latency tolerance, so I'm sure Square can do it. That would be quite helpful for console players, especially now that they're going to Xbox as well. Like, I think console players should be able to play well instead of having to deal with lag, right? But Square doing anything is... Also, there might be ads playing soon or right now, so just be aware that ads are gonna happen. Man, this queue time, huge. Just for a level 50 dungeon? Yeah, being reliant on them is pretty bad. I mean, when Savage Systia come out, obviously they were working, but my computer wasn't, so I had to run DirectX 9, which kind of kills any add-ons, because DirectX 9 doesn't have support. Even by Square these days, DirectX 9 doesn't really get supported. I'm still able to play the game, right? We killed P9 and P10 when I had frickin' 10 FPS. So I'll never be someone who holds people back just because of an add-on. I feel like that is definitely bad when you're reliant upon them. Guy doesn't have a tank stance on, I just noticed. Well, see how long it takes. He's got all the trash, so one of us is gonna die. I love not letting people know that they don't have tank stance on and then them figuring it out themselves. It's always fun. Jesus. I might die here. You only like it if it doesn't kill you. He still didn't turn it on, by the way. Even though I took like all my health's worth of damage and it's like, whoa, what happened there? That's weird. Why does this machinist suddenly have all the aggro? Maybe I go over here, right? Because then he notices. Why is that mob running away from me? That's strange. No? No clue? Yeah, that's fair. I'm pretty similar. I also don't like holding... Well, when you pull aggro on single target, it should be obvious, right? I'm gonna die. It's still not on. Also, Snowdrift is like a movement mechanic, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you move and you don't get the debuff. He put it on, let's go. Look, it's happened to me too. I know how it is. Sometimes you just forget tank stance for a little bit and you're like, oh yeah. Yeah, you freeze a little bit, you get a dot. I like not freezing though, it's fun. I mean, I already live in New Zealand. It's cold as hell over here. You guys ever get cold in Mexico? I feel like that would be a pretty warm place generally, right? I don't have crossbow. Crazy. I mean, you probably get cold at times. Never gets too hot or too cold, man. That would be nice. Having nice weather that's just good in between sounds lovely. Yeah, that's fair. Australia was it depends on where you live, but some places in Australia are pretty much the same, like maybe, you know, 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. It's probably what you'll end up being throughout most of the year, but then the place I lived in Australia was way too hot. It's probably maybe up north in New Zealand, although it still does get relatively cold because Antarctica is still our neighbour. But places up north in New Zealand are probably much better than where I'm living, but I am almost as south as you can be in the world. I was like, you know, I'm just gonna go all the way down there. There's like, obviously there's another island that you can live on before you get to the Antarctic region, which you're not allowed. But probably like 2 towns below me before that island, and then you're at the end of it. It's relatively chilly. But I would love to just have a climate that's just like nice, not cold, not hot. Well, since I've been here, it already has snowed once. It was like snowing for a whole day one time, and I'm like, oh. It's a nice welcome, I guess. Now, back when I was a child, I used to look forward to the snow. The snow is cool, right? You can go outside. It's cold, but it's like fun. It's fun cold. Now it's just cold, and I hate it. Ugh, snow. The only time I want to see snow is if I'm going like skiing or snowboarding. Doesn't look like we're gonna stun these, so I guess we're getting a few dragons. Oh nice, that one got stunned just. Dragon these. I have a few friends over from Australia, like not over where I am. They went to ExileCon, which is on the other side of New Zealand, or the other end. Because the other side is literally like just over there. The other end's way up there. But a few friends from Australia came over for ExileCon, and they're like, oh, it's 8 degrees Celsius. It's not even that cold. What's everyone worried about? And I'm like, you should try coming south. We'll show you cold. Maybe next year I'll try to go to ExileCon though. That'd be a bit of fun. Whew. Dead person. Dead person and stunned healer. Fenrir, always a challenge and fun. That guy just released. Like he literally just released his body. Like the healer looked like he was going for a res, and then the guy was like, nah. Oh well. You ain't raising me. Run. Alright, the healer might die soon. Yep. Surely the tank and I can two-man though. Surely. I don't actually know. Warriors... They don't have, They don't have raw intuition at this level. This is just a classic case of no cloak. I feel like my damage is low enough that I can wait for LB2, right? Maybe? Nah, maybe not. I'll send it, but I don't want to die first. Don't worry, it will hit. Range LB does track. We did it. I feel like the healer's the only one that deserves the commendation. They at least tried. The other guy was like, I'm just gonna release. We'll see what comes up in my next book. 0 lines. Unlucky. Did I get a map? Probably. Yeah, I guess we'll get a map. Because I think this is just a chill day. I don't really want to do Heaven on High today. I have 2 runs that are locked at 91 right now. So they're basically ready. One of them is very lucky, one of them's not so lucky. Yeah, I don't have one activated, so I guess we'll just do it. But also while waiting to see if the boys want to do a Criterion, I'm sort of just chilling doing all dungeons, but yeah. Let's see what we got. 1 to 49, 70, 80, 90. Okay, there's some range. And I don't do my Wondrous Tales enough, you know, so a little bit of fun. Also got to work on Mentor. For some reason. We're getting there. 134 away. Then I just got to do all of these. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm waiting, because one of our guys is watching the Evo finals. But I'll send you an invite. If you get on. I read I can get on now and I just assumed he's on. Yeah, if you want to. You don't have to, though. I think tomorrow I'll do Heaven on High for sure, because today I'm just feeling a little bit tired as well. I think I have enough brain capacity to complete Heaven on High today. Especially with the run that has like 2 Magicite, 2 Serenity, 2 Petries, 3 Steel with Strength, a lot of Affluence, a lot of alterations. Like that run can probably do it, but just in case my brain slows down, I don't really want to risk it. The other run is basically tattered. I don't have any affluence, I don't have any alterations, I don't have fortunes. I had to use them all getting through like 81 to 90 because it was so rough. So one run's looking really good, the other run, ooh. Also, the run that looks really good, I didn't find a single raising on until level 71. Like, I was so worried because 71 to 73 is like the hardest floors without a raising because you're doing landmines, right? So not only do you have to blow yourself up and drop your health down to like 1. That's why home gang's great. Sometimes you don't have home gang. I also had to do it without raising. And I was so scared. But then I found 3 within like 2 floors and I'm like, okay, we're good now. Like as soon as I hit 71 and I was about to do landmine plays, I found a raising in a chest and I'm like, thank the Lord. Nice. But yeah, I'll probably finish Heaven on High tomorrow, hopefully. If I fail it 2 more times tomorrow, I'm going to be quite sad because, you know, it's getting to the point. Did I message this to you actually? I know I showed you. Okay. I didn't message you, but my Necromancer took less time than my Heaven on High clear right now. Necromancer was easier than Lone Hero for me, even though it should be the other way around. Yeah. Let's see. It's quite funny because for a lot of people, especially, like, Necromancer is so prestigious and it's hard title and it takes so long to do, even though over the course of Wanton Necromancer title it was 2.5 years. I only did like 4 runs and only 2 on Warrior, which was the class that I got it on. So you know, runs are what I count as I'm actually going for the title now rather than just grinding. I don't count that. Like Eureka Orthos right now, I'm not going for the title, so I'm not counting any of the runs. I'm just gearing up, right? I'm getting my big stuff. Alright, what do I want to do? Probably do an expert. Start off with an expert, since I got a 90 and I have that left. Maybe I'll play Dragoon. Here's some gear. Alright, summon a Kelly. Just a couple of DPS mains being DPS. We're not tank mains. We're like tanks in DPS outfit. I'm slowly gearing up my Dragoon. Got a few pieces of Savage and a few pieces of Tome. Like, it's got the augmented Tome weapon. This is a thing that sucks about Final Fantasy. Because I raid as a tank, I don't like doing any other content as a tank, right? tanking too much is eh. Like on my ult, obviously I have to. It's the only job I have is Gunbreaker and Warrior, but not a big deal. Not even really playing my ult anymore. We finished Savage for the tier, so I'm like, well, I guess my ult's on the back burner until next expansion now. Got my 4 clears on both characters. Yeah, that too. Mindless is definitely a good part. Although when I don't play tank, I always get this dungeon. But when I am tanking, I always get the other one, so I never get to use my Savage weapon. Kinda sad. One day I'll get to use my Savage weapon. I guess I used it for my last Athena kill. Other than that though, it's just big chilling. Man, 3 mentors in my group. Surely I get 2 commendations. I would say 3 because... But because you're in my group, I can't have... Unlucky. Surely though. The other 2, for me, right? Commending a mentor is like taking away a commendation from a plebe. You can't do that. Okay, I'm glad that jump didn't actually go off because I pressed it, but the thing died, so I'm kind of glad it did. Otherwise, I would have been sitting here looking like a real idiot with no jump. Thought Bahamut was a friend for a moment there. He was just standing there looking like a boss. Now that ain't a friend, that's Bahamut. Bit misaligned, so I can't even go for the big plays. Wow. Both the tank and the healer didn't feel like stacking in there. Rude. They were so busy doing their damage, they couldn't even stake with us. Classic perfect legends. You know, it's actually funny. It's a bit of a meme, right? But there's also part of me that actually believes it. Like, as you do more ultimates, you lose more of your brain because, you know, you spent it all. But sometimes you just see players with legend titles just do some really random stuff. It's just like, maybe I shouldn't do an ultimate. You're not like other legends, that's fair. What's going on here? Okay. Think these two queued up together? I do. But also he's a warrior tank, so he shouldn't need to wait for his healer. You can just solo the freaking dungeon. Every time I come in here as warrior, I'm just like, alright, don't worry about me. I think you're not like other legions too, Kelly. And if you ever are like other legions, you can just say, sorry, I play on PlayStation. Easy. It's a good excuse. I don't like this fight because you got to use like True North just to keep pumping. And it angers me. I will see, Nate. Wait, he moved. He also moves too much. Sometimes you cancel your auto attack because of that. Like, not your auto attack, but you know what I mean. Oh, you come stacked when it's not needed, I see. See, See the tank and healer coming to stack after, like we're gonna kill the boss while the stack's going off. I see how it is, I see. Jumps in that so we don't overkick. Bit of an awkward timing, but speed up the run, whatever. I just had so many buttons to press. Hard to press my cooldowns. The life of a Dragoon player. He's doing it. He pressed the LB, let's go. I'm gonna save my cooldowns because of that LB. Feels good, man. You know, my spear's kind of like a ultimate weapon, right? It's glowy, it's big. Doing Eureka is like completing an ultimate. It just doesn't glow on my back. Thing that here so I can get started, but kind of weird how that guy moved over there immediately. Is he using some kind of third party that tells him where to go? I wouldn't even be surprised. There's so many frickin' healer mains in this game that need Cacpot to play this game, it seems. But I'm not going to assume anything. Wouldn't want to make an ass out of you and me. So glad I don't need to worry about limit break during this fight now, because it's such an awkward time to limit break as a melee. I'll come stand with you, Kelly. We'll be good. Yeah, we did it. A little bit of cooldowns. Well, they both leave, so no commendation. I was thinking. I didn't even get one either. Rude. Frickin' Zoomers, man. The hell? No commendations? Mentors that don't commend people. How did they think they got it? By getting commendations. You gotta also commend so you make more mentors. Can't believe it. I don't really care though. Ugly. Alright, let's see. What else is in here? We could go for a alliance raid. And Hopium. I mean, there's a pretty good chance it's going to be Labyrinth of the Ancients. There's like maybe a 1 in 2 chance that it's Labyrinth, because the other is Circus Tower, right? Red Arena Lighthouse is probably not going to happen, though. Also, a good range of raids. Chances of those happening, though. Let's see, for level 50. It's I don't want to queue as a monk. For level 50 I would queue as a monk, but with everything, I think I would just queue. We haven't played Samurai in a while. We do some Samurai. I geared up Samurai last patch, actually. Like, I got a lot of the Abyssos raid gear. So I was playing it a little bit, but I haven't actually played it this patch. My portrait isn't working. Left ring, right ring. Okay. How can I fix that, though, game? Obviously, you don't want me to. Don't 1v1 mobs. Maybe I will. I can't actually fix my portrait because my rings. Portraits are the worst, dude. I'm gonna be DMV. It's gonna be great. Yeah, we'll do an alliance raid. Like, sometimes it just doesn't matter what you do to fix your portrait. You're gonna have to visit the frickin' glamour dresser to really fix it, but I don't care. What hat am I wearing? Oh. Not really samurai, is it? The rest of the gear, I actually like this seat. From the, what is it? I don't even remember what festival this comes from, but it's from one of them. I think the next festival is given Power Ranger armor, which looks pretty funny. Probably won't ever wear it, but you never know. Have you done Eureka Orthos, Kelly? Because I'm sort of sitting here like, I do need to level my weapons and armor in Eureka Orthos. Having another person in there would make it a bit easier. Never really been into deep dungeons. Well, I'll say one thing. Neither was I until I started doing them. So if you want to stay that way, just don't do them. Circus Tower. And we got the other one. Shame. I mean, only if you want to. I don't even know why I started doing the Necromancer when I went through it. Yeah, Party of 4 is definitely a good way to get into it. Oh man, so many DMVs. Holy DMV, mate. You're the only one who has a portrait. A 4-man party is good because the scaling doesn't actually change. Like if you're solo, it's the same as if you're a 4-man party. So doing it with a 4-man is definitely... Also, if I slide around in my chair, it sounds like a fart. My chair is like so grippy today. I just like moved my leg and it sounded like a fart, and I'm like, oh my god, I hope that doesn't come up in the Twitch. But if you ever hear it, I will let you know if I fart. Usually the chair though. Freaking lever. I mean, it's not lever, but it's close to lever. Hearable. But yeah, because the scaling in deep dungeons doesn't change depending on if you're like a solo or a 4-man. 4-man's definitely the way to go if you're just doing it casually. Hey, you never know, right? I found that real interesting though when I started Deep Dungeon, and I'm like, wait, so it doesn't get any harder with 4 people? Because you do a variant dungeon right now, and 4 people is way harder than 1 man. 1 man. Solo. So they have the technology to scale, but... Look at this guy typing in Alliance chat instead of FC chat, or wherever he was typing. I think he did it on purpose though, because he said practice kissing. Yes, interesting. It's definitely one of those mistypes that isn't actually a mistype. Man, I moved away from the boss too early, so I missed my button. I don't know where the samurai positionals are anymore. I haven't played samurai for a while, so I'm not even gonna do them. I'm just gonna hit buttons and hope. I'll pretend to be doing them though. If I get them right, cool. If not, oh well. I have my dot up, that's all that matters. I wish I could remember why I did Necromancer though, like why I was actually interested in doing it. It happened so long ago, it was like 3 years ago, where I was like, Necromancer might be a fun title to go after. It would be a fun challenge. I think I just like solo challenging content, so... Okay, we don't have any water. So I guess I'm third eyeing this flare and fainting it. Oh, we all lived and then someone died to the follow explosions. Yay. Good thing you don't actually need to do mechanics in these anymore. I'm looking forward to next patch. You know, when they changed the system so you don't always get level 50 alliance raids when you queue up for them. It's going to be a sick change. Because there's going to be like an eye level requirement. So if you're like level 90, you can't just drop your gear down to like 150 item level. Stuff like that. I think that's amazing change. And it shows they have the technology. Also, I love how this guy's just chilling. But nah, you guys got it. I'll just watch. Happens in treasure dungeons sometimes, you know, if you don't pull a mob when it spawns on a boss, you just they just sit there and watch. They like to watch. Madare Setsugika. Now that I'm actually learning Japanese, because I decided I would, I've been listening to a lot more like JP subtitles, not subtitles, but JP voice acting in this game and stuff like that. JP subtitles. What does that even mean? Reading Japanese? I can't read Japanese. It's not that easy. But speaking it, learning it at least, getting better at understanding it. I'm not very good at speaking it, so I'm not going to try. But Japan is definitely a country that I would love to visit. Or perhaps live in. But now when I say something like Madari Setsugika, I'm like, whoa. Although everyone should be able to say that. No. Can't believe that. Just drops all those things upon me. I don't think I could ever actually play Samurai in content that is relevant because of the cast. I tried to play it in PvP once and the cast really annoyed me. Like in Crystalline Conflict. Like Samurais are pretty strong in PvP, but not for me. I feel like the same would happen in Raid. Like, no, can't do it. I'm top on aggro for our team, so that means I'm #1 DPS. That's how it works. You know, there's one thing I haven't actually had downloaded this whole Savage tier. Like, I had one downloaded when I started the Savage tier, but obviously my computer started bricking itself, so I got rid of ACT when I full reinstalled everything for no reason, didn't have to. But when I fully reinstalled everything, I haven't had ACT since then. So, it's pretty liberating not actually caring about how much damage I'm doing. I just press the buttons. If I get a nice pass, I get a nice pass. If not, I didn't press the buttons well enough, you know? Ah, get away from that leatherfowl. Right now I just try to do my rotation as best I can when I'm raiding, and Oh. I do like big numbers, obviously. If I get like a 100k double down, that would be pretty sick. It almost happened. I've had a 98.7k double down. And 100k is doable, I just haven't seen it. But I also haven't raided for like 3 weeks now, so there's not a lot of opportunity. This is kind of annoying going into this fight. Gotta apply dot. Like half an hour late. Alright, now we can pop off. Finally. Don't turn me into a frog. I think just having the auto crits is enough at level 50 though to top damage as a samurai. Look at these balls just flying around in here. Just a couple of balls. I love how all of those mobs went in, even though they were equally damaged. I feel like I might die, eh? Not like I'm doing the mechanics. Hide or die, the mechanic hasn't even happened yet. Gotta get that last glow by. I think I could have got another one. This is a pretty scuffed Armon. Armon, at your service. What a revelation that was. When Fandaniel was like, I'm Armon, by the way. It all makes sense. A psychopath. I'm kind of excited to see how the current story wraps up itself, but I'm also kind of happy that it will be ending because, let's be real, hasn't been the most riveting tale Final Fantasy XIV has told. As excited as I was about the Final Fantasy IV stuff, it's basically played out how Final Fantasy IV played out. So I'm like, I'm just playing the game again, alright? Fair enough. But it was cool because I played through Final Fantasy IV right before Endwalker, so it was pretty fresh. I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. Now I get to experience the nostalgia bait. Which isn't the first time, because I mean there's a lot of music from like Final Fantasy VIII and stuff like that, and Eden. Like, nostalgia. Hello. I think I should have pressed the other button. Ancient Quagga is like the scariest ability in Heaven on High as a boss. Outside of bosses, no. But for a boss, yes. Which is kind of sad because after Palace of the Dead, right? You got Behemoth who's just spamming Ecliptic Meteor at you 5 seconds. And you go into Heaven on High and the bosses just suck. So I'm sort of excited about Eureka Orthos because from what I've done, the first 3 bosses, they're like more mechanically fun. But I also feel like that might get a bit more draining in the future. Like when I'm just doing runs to get through, I'm like, oh, these bosses actually require me to have my brain on. Like every time, that's a bit annoying. Oh, LB. The other guy did it at the same time. Yay! Well, they'll calm the aura. Throne gem. What is that? What's a throne gem for? And do I roll need on it? I'm rolling need on it. I don't know what it is. I rolled 92. It's probably not even worth that much. I just want to know what it is. Give me my throne gem. I've never seen one drop. Can I actually look here? Throne gem. I guess I could look here actually, right? Emperor's throne. Okay, it's just for that. I'm waiting. I'm staying here. I'm waiting for my throne gem. Probably worth like 2 gil. But I want it. Mine, my throne gem. Thanks for my throne gem. Someone rolled a 69, man. He should have won. Unlucky, that guy. Also, ads were playing at the same time, so when I was saying, what the hell is a throne gem, it might have been ads. It is what it is. It's Twitch. How do we feel about a normal raid? Because my Wondrous Tale has the chance of being so many different things, and we're probably just going to get Athena. What do I want to play in a normal raid? Maybe Bard. We go Bard and Machinist, so we're 2 of the range physical team. I've been a Fizz range enjoyer a little bit lately, actually. Just because it's like free and easy and I get to turn my brain off, I think. League of Legends has released, or I guess, I don't know if it's released recently, but you get a bonk emote for Twitch Prime right now. Or Amazon Prime. Which is pretty funny because everyone should have a bonk emote because, you know, everyone's just horny these days. They're finally catching up. I've always been. My instant portrait, no! Shiva! Oh my god. Wow. PTSD, it returns. I'm pretty sure this has a knockback, right? Maybe not the spell, but there's a knockback during the normal. Don't need to turn around and eat. Don't look! Next kick is out. We can bring our memories of Savage to the team, Kelly. Gotta remember, bite the booty. God, we had so many good memes during this fight. Just in case. Oh man, not me. I'm going in there, by the way. Look at us go, holy. There's the knockback. Shut up. Bite the booty, mate. Do we want to? Yeah, we want to be away. Cool. I remember. That's a good fight. I don't remember how long the frickin' cast of that is though, that's the problem. I'm bad at it. Obviously in normal it's a bit slow, but Savage was pretty fun. My Imperium arrow didn't go off. Sad. How do you even do ads on Bard? Like, Savage ads on Bard seems like it would be so awful. Obviously, I don't need to worry about that because we're not doing Savage, but... I don't think the songs would be very, like, good. Nice, we did it. I don't think I would enjoy this fight as a bard. Dancer was pretty good because you can just kill all the aids. I thought there was going to be a cutscene. Oh no, we got you baited. Forged in the light. Here we go, like rampant mini. You don't mean to be standing in it if you got the cleave, mate. Speaking of. I dropped my dots. I was so busy thinking about like rampant. Turn the light on. The song does not give me PTSD, but I know for a lot of people it does. Damn this light. Damn it all. This is the first time I've actually hearing Rain and Gaia and JP. Guy is pretty Giga Chad and JP. Rain is so-so. Athena though is... Let me shoot. Who will L be? Hell yeah. The Reed Mage. Has to be. I keep going to press battle voice, but it doesn't go off. I think I'm just pressing too many buttons. Literally battle voice at the end of the fight. I like this cool edgy... Oh, he's gone. No, I gotta leave before the loot. Just have a quick check if there's music roll. And then if there isn't... Oh. I already have the song though. And the only way leveling roulette is good is if we get a low level, and low level dungeons suck, so I don't even know if I want to do one of those. Also, my voice very manly. I might be 35, but voice cracks still happen apparently. Been 35 for 5 days now. Feels bad, man. Yeah, I don't think I'll do a leveling roulette, actually. Unless you need to level something, Kelly. You got any classes that aren't 90? I doubt it, right? You played the game. Can't even look. Yeah. But I thought... I got a level blue mage and that's it, but can't do dungeons and that. Unless you're a blue man group. Well, I think that's it for Roulettes then. I am down to do Eureka Orthos. Like if you wanted to go through the first 30 floors for story, I'm down to help you with that. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the day, unless my group says, hey, Criterion time. Yeah, I can wait. You can read the story even if you want. Like I'm not in a rush. I think Eureka Orthos story is a little bit it's a little bit of fun. Like it's basically just a lead on of the Crystal Tower stuff, so it's kind of interesting. Shouldn't take that long anyway. Plus I can sit here and actually I can take a small break while you're doing that, so I did just look over at my food. I want to eat something, so I might take like a 5-minute break. I think we'll have to be on the same server also, so once you unlock it. At least I believe so. Maybe not though, I don't know. Maybe they changed how deep dungeons work. But you can just let me know when you unlock it and I'll queue in. Unless my group suddenly decides to say, hey, it's time. Then it is what it is. But I'll be back in like 5 minutes anyway, stream. Don't miss me too much. That's not the right button. I don't really know anything about how long Street Fighter matches take. I guess it's Street Fighter. I don't even know. What is it? I just know he talks about Street Fighter a lot, so I just assumed it's Street Fighter immediately. Be something else though. Okay. I've never seen this. Crescent Moon nightgown, that's pretty cute. Yeah, I don't... Street Fighter later? Okay. Well, he's probably out the whole day then, let's be real. So it's pretty likely that we may not be doing Criterion today, which is fine. I don't really... Like, Criterion's fun to do, but we'll get it down when we get it down. See how much say it is. Drink bottle was turned around. Go to take a drink and it's not even... Can't even open it because it's the other way. Game. Ah, yeah. Yeah, so I'd assume he's probably just going to be watching it all day then. Which is fine. There's other content I can do, obviously. I didn't really have any set plans today just because of that. Because last time we were going to do Criterion on a certain day, I ended up just not streaming because I had to wait like 4 hours. I'm like, oh, we're gonna do Criterion today, so I'll just stream Criterion, but then we didn't do anything until super late, and I'm just like, not really worth turning the stream on for 2 hours now, is it? But just the way it goes sometimes. It's one thing I dislike about streaming MMOs. Kind of why I want to, you know, move into more casual, I guess, content that I can just do with myself. Single player content, that's the word I wanted, not casual. Because I'm definitely not a casual still. What's that guy keep falling over? Weird. Brone Gym. I just want to look. It's probably worth like 2 gil, right? Oh, 9,000? Has sold for... I mean, I would say recently just because it's on the list, but it's not recent. It's like 5 months ago. 3 months ago? 5 months ago for 90k. I've never seen one drop though. It's the first time I've ever seen that actually drop. So I would say they're pretty rare. But the amount of circus towers that probably happen every day, it's probably not that rare, is it? But yeah, one issue I've always had with streaming MMOs, I even had this back in World of Warcraft, is like waiting for people. So I like to just have my own plan of the day, and then if people coincide with those plans, then I'm okay with doing the stuff. Otherwise, I don't want to deal with people. Back in WoW, when we were like raiding at like maybe 8 PM my time, and I started stream maybe 6 PM, you know, I'd do a few things for a few hours and then raid would be starting up. I just have to sit outside the instance while waiting for raid to start up, and I'm like, man, really wish I could like do more things by myself right now, but I gotta wait for this raid. I think it kind of goes against the idea of streaming when you're raiding. Back to the topic that I was discussing earlier. I enjoy sitting here talking a lot, but yeah. When people in a video game get in the way of it, it's just like So I guess it depends what you want out of streaming. Probably upgrade my machinist weapon soon with the mandible weapon. Maybe I should go see what I can upgrade on my dragoon. See, what do we got? What is the best list for dragoon? Sure, I can buy something. Man, every time I look at the Gunbreaker chat and balance now, I'm just like so far behind because I haven't been reading it for like 3 weeks. They're probably just talking about bullshit now though, let's be real. The tier's over. They're just talking about Among Us or something like that. We have all the... Probably get the ring, right? Yeah, the ring would be good. Because I do want the accessories more than I want the main weapon or the main stuff, because it's good for other things. The bracelet is raid bracelet, so we won't grab that. Get the ring right now. I thought I had the ring on us. It is what it is. Someone just said something weird in say chat. I can't comprehend what it's. Like my brain's just like, huh? I'm not gonna read it either. I don't want to make you guys say, huh? I didn't look at what gems to put in, but I guess direct hit and determination can't go wrong. I don't know if you need to come to the server, but if you want to. Yeah. Update all my melee sets now. And ruin all the portraits. Not ninja, because for some reason Square doesn't like ninja. Imagine putting one melee job on aiming. But yeah, I can play other range physical when I'm a ninja main. Hell yeah. Yeah, level 90. So just play whatever level 90 job you think is fun. The main thing you gotta know about Eureka Orthos is mobs have mechanics and they will one-shot you if you get hit by them. Like, they don't do much damage. Auto attacks and stuff. Auto attacks can't crit in Eureka Orthos like they can in Heaven on High and Palace. Which is kind of okay, but less scary. But they can one-shot you with mechanics. That's basically the main thing you need to worry about. I'll see if I can queue in without you coming to the server though. Now the problem will be when ads happen, which is probably right now. It's just like, communication's a bit hard to do when ads are happening. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, it should be fine cross-world, but yeah. I'm just trying to get more of this. Like, I probably won't gain any weapons and armor levels until about level 20 something, but you know, doing the first 30 floors is pretty quick. Okay, we might need to disband this party then. See. Oh, you got to be close apparently. Like one or more party members are too far away. Maybe you have to be right here. Yeah. I thought there was probably something like that, and I remember that being the case for Palace of the Dead when I did a run with Tooch and Squirrels. We started a Palace of the Dead run and we got like 20 levels done and never did anything. Tooch messaged our group chat like probably a year ago saying he needs to delete the save file, and I'm like, dude, I'm not even on the same data center anymore. Like, it doesn't matter. Back when I was on Oceanic for a moment. Alrighty. Yeah, cutscene. I love how mobs don't actually spawn when you're in the thing. So you can just get an overview, right? This is actually cheating. Obviously you don't know what's going to be in the rooms. Also, mobs have a 1 minute respawn in Eureka Orthos, so gotta kill a little bit efficiently sometimes. Shouldn't really matter with two of us, but I did find issue soloing in here. That should be fine. Now the question will be, how good is Callie at avoiding traps? Don't think that's the exit, but I didn't really get a good look. Okay, it is. Bridge. Harder to find the exit in Eureka Orthos, because it's like tiny. Yeah, there it is there. Talk to the hand. Having you here on Summoner is actually kind of beneficial. Like, if I want to see if I can survive an attack, right? Is it... Okay. I've never pulled one of those. We now know. Kelly, I was overconfident. I've never pulled one of those mobs in my life. Don't pull them, okay. This is good blind prog. I'll never pull a clone again. I'm right there in my notes. Got Eureka Orthos notes here. Let's see. Get it up. Clones, one-shot auto attack. Insane. Good note to have. Well, I don't think that guy has a mechanic. I think he just kills us if he's glowing red. I'm gonna be honest, I had never pulled one of those guys before because the big red glow scared the shit out of me, and I guess for good reason. Funny. Poor Bahamut. Oh yeah, because I never do this in a party, this frame here is kind of annoying. And move it over here. As a solo deep dungeon enjoyer, I'm not used to having a party members. We'll grab that chest later. Summon is pretty freaking good in these deep dungeons, though. I think Summon is like one of the best jobs for Heaven on High and Eureka Orthos. Obviously, Machinist is perfect good too. We've got 2 OP jobs. We just need to not die on floor 1. Well, there's the respawn. The worst thing about Eureka Orthos respawns is they can spawn anywhere. Even in the spawn room. So, it's kind of cringe at sometimes. Roll an intuition right now, why not? Well, it's right there. I'm going back for it. I want the loot. Sure, I might pull and pull both. Since we're just doing this for your story, basically, it's gonna pump all the intuitions. I did get a 2 million gil umbrella last time I did this. So it might be worth it. Classic. Oh, no. The respawn on the point. He's a bit more dangerous when I have no health. I was wondering how long it would be until we found an explosive trap. You get armor and weapon upgrades when I touch those chests, right? I would hate to be like stealing them for no reason. Cool, cool. Fuck it, do both of them. Get him, queen. We'll say one thing, I feel so much more confident when I have another person. I guess that's why we failed on floor 1. Hey, you know, it is wonders. Yeah, I was just shooting dudes, and then suddenly I got one shot by an auto attack. So what the hell? No, we didn't even open the passage yet. Imagine getting a yellow key on floor 2. Oh, fuck. Whoa. There's another one. I would have probably stepped on that too, though. That was a bad trap. That was literally in our path. What do we got down here? The exit. Definitely don't get hit by this. Maybe I'll put this down over the chat. No point really having chat. We're in this guy too, even though he'll probably come back. Yeah, floor 3. No, I haven't cleared yet. I have 2 saves at 91. Just keeping them for when I feel ready. I'm a bit tired today, so I didn't want to risk it. One of the runs is looking pretty good though. I've got 2 Magi sites, 2 Petries, 3 steals, a strength. It's looking pretty good. I just need to get lucky in the floors, right? How is the Baldur's Gate going anyway, Luna? Are you enjoying? Oh my god. Nice. We can sneak past this guy. For sure, 100%. Yeah, I think from like the few hours of Baldur's Gate that I've watched on streams, just to get an idea of if I could enjoy it, I think I might give it like a few months and then perhaps grab it, because like I've got too much other stuff to do right now. I don't want to like commit to playing another game. But also if I grab it and like 2 to 3 months, then most people would have played it by then, and anyone that kind of wants to watch a stream of it is able to without getting spoilers, right? Saw this guy spawn, might as well. Okay. Sure. That was a quick floor. Chat keeps going over my over my pomanders. So I'm gonna actually have to move it up here again. I don't need to see party. Bummuff. Leave me alone, Behemoth. Got some patrols. One's coming this way, that's fine. Even though these guys look scary, I think they're kind of okay. You can see that summon a DPS actually. Like I feel like I'm pumping, right? And then you're always ripping aggro. Alright, mate. Settle down. Sneaky. Floor has like no enemies. We didn't even fly. See you, Luna. Good luck. And no problem. Sprint enabled. We love that. Any more intuitions? Maybe you bring me good luck with Pomanders, Kelly, because usually I get like 40 intuitions in the first few floors. Because it's nice as they can be. I do prefer to have good Pomanders. Deal. Pop steel. Alright, where is exit? Up here, okay. Feel free to pop any Pomanders whenever you feel like it too. I'm not gonna... Probably have to kill this. I'm not gonna tell you not to. We don't really need any specific Pomanders to get to floor 30. Dude, I always try to jump up there. I never can, but I always try. No knockback. Unlucky. Few behemoths. Dude, Queen is crazy. Queen plus Phoenix. Good lord. That guy got absolutely rinsed. Sure. Strength is nice, steel is nice. We love to see it. Well, we're not even out. Holy shit, I actually got a +1. So the problem with Eureka Orthos is that mobs can spawn in any room when they respawn, so yeah, when you don't clear and get out, sometimes you just gotta run back to the beginning. I think this is specifically a floor 1 to 30 thing though. Like when well, we're still not out, holy shit. When I went past 30 one time, mobs stopped respawning after each minute, so I think it's just a way to keep the early floors actually interesting, but I don't think it does. Sometimes you have to run backwards and forwards like that. I'd rather just fight mobs that are challenging rather than many of them. Exit is over here. Pop that steel in a little bit. Rather make use of time. I noticed he was a pet right after I pulled. I'm like, alright. That's alright though. He will stone me, stone me. I'll be right back. Making them plays. It will be good to have a steal going into the boss. Especially his DPS, because boss kinda hurts. There's another one, you can take that one. Like, I did this boss without a steel once, and I'm like, ooh. Oh yeah, we have no items. Well, unlucky, I guess. Yeah. I don't know if this guy's proximity. I feel like he might be there. No, we're good. Another one. Oh, will probably see us. Ooh. Ninjas. Alright, do the mechanics. You know those mechanics that you don't know? Just do them. It's basically just what it looks like. I did this boss on Machinist once before without a steel, and it was rough. I mean, it's still pretty rough, but at least I have potions now also. I don't mind bosses being a little bit harder. For now. I'm sure when I am doing my like 20th run of this place, I will be like, man, these bosses are just taking way too long. Gotta remember all the mechanics. It's boring. Although I'd rather a boss that's doing mechanics than a boss like the bosses in Heaven and High that just sit there until they die in 10 minutes. Yay, we did it. Your loading screens aren't that bad. I think it was just the cutscene at the beginning was like rough. Any sneaky way out? Oh, a chest over there. Glass Punch is basically the same mechanic that ended Asmongold's Necromancer run. Also, I just pulled 2 mobs because I used Ricochet, but that's fine. We'll be right. They're not that bad. I ran the wrong way to get the treasure. Stupid. Ads, they're happening. God, I really want to clear this whole room just to get that silver chest too. Ugh. I mean, we might even have to, but I think I'd do it at any rate either. Give us the loot. We are here for the loot. Yeah, we did actually have to clear it all. Ew. Tell you one thing, we've got some high kill floors going on right now. From the very beginning. Plus 35. It's nice, I'm actually getting some gains. I thought I was not gonna get anything until like level 20, but 1 or 2 points in the upward direction here and there is pretty nice. Gotta keep it together. Oh yeah. Okay, there it is. No, Queen. She didn't fire off her final attack. It's like a GCD. My queen has abandoned me. That's a good good pylon of passage. Mimic. Our first mimic. Yay. I don't think mimics are, you know, they're not as scary when they can't crit. Like the mimics in Heaven on High especially crit for like 8,000 damage on tanks sometimes. Like that's crazy. When a mimic just auto attacks and there's no crits, it's like, he's not scary at all. But why not? Move them this way so you don't need to move. I know you're playing the hardest caster in the game. The most casts. Honestly, I think because I've been playing with a black mage this tier, I'm actually better at respecting casters than ever. Like, yeah, I've never really cared to play with a black mage after the E9 through 12 tier incident, but you learn a little bit about positioning when you do. Ooh. Okay. When you go to press a button and an auto attack's just like, my turn. But also, because I'm doing Criterion with a Black Mage, I've been figuring out strats that require less movement when it comes to overall strat work with the Criterion, since we're doing it blind. Like, the other people in my group don't have as much blind prog experience, but I'm always like thinking about that sort of thing. So I'm like, let's just make a box so the Black Mage only has to move like one step. Whereas say we're like thinking about doing things like you would normally do in a clock. Good to have a little bit of blind prog experience for that. Much as I hate Black Mage Relative, you know, you gotta respect them at some point. Oh, and we should probably use those. Try to get more money. I love how the mob opens up when it does its laser. It's pretty cool. There's the loot. In the middle of that room with all the mobs. A little bit of a detour, but it's okay. I keep hitting Tactician accidentally when I go to Peloton because, you know, they're right beside each other on my keyboard. And my finger keeps being fat. So, you know, every now and then, maybe... maybe it'll just be both. And what we got in here? We got a drain room with one piece of loot. Those poor guys, man. You kill things so fast with 2 DPS. Like, those guys have 3 mechanics. They don't even get to do one of them. And that's probably one of my favorite things about Deep Dungeon is it teaches you like what you can do with running around mobs, you know, just understanding how aggro works. think it's cool. I wanna... I don't know, we've got treasure up here, but don't really want to go for it. Like, I'm down if you want, but there's 3 mobs in there, isn't it? Not the way out, is it? Like, no. It'll spawn again. Give me clone. I think it's Unai, the one that I actually care about having. I can't remember which one is which. One of them is a healer, basically, and that one will be pretty nice to have on boss 30 because we're 2 DPS. Perfect. Actually, I think boss 20 it might even be useful because boss 20 is kind of difficult. Yeah, I believe so. Get rid of this land. I thought Wildfire had gone off. The useless Peloton. I wouldn't mind some of these triple rooms in my Heaven on High run, honestly. Like, that'd be sick. If I didn't have to fight through like 8 rooms every floor, that'd be a good time. I thought you were hit then, Kelly. It's like, oh no, is it happening? Another steal. Things are scarier on my screen than other people's. I was gonna say, it would have been funny if I picked up a steal right as you used it. Like, it would have just been like, oh, you're trying to get me out of the chest, are you? But it was an affluence. Still not out. Rough. One mob. Here he is. Monka Efreet. I've actually died to like a gap closer locking me in place in one of these deep dungeons just because, you know, you use the gap closer and then you start. And there's a AoE, it's like. I know there's treasure up there, but I want to just have a scope. Alright, the key is here. Cool. Go for the treasure and hopefully when we come back around we should be able to clear. Split your neck. Play that Busta Rhymes song, Break Your Neck or whatever. It's like, every time I see split, neck splitter. But, go. I had not thought about that song in so long, but I was on YouTube like 2 weeks ago and I was just like perusing music and I saw that. I'm like, I remember this song, isn't it crazy? And then the video clip is literally the craziest video clip I've ever seen. Ow. How could you? How could you, game? Can chance another one here. Got 2 floors to get something from it. Go into hopium mode. It was probably like you were probably pretty young when it was the big song, so not really for kids, that one. What are we looking at? Now there's the key right in front of us. I mean, I say that, but kids watch fucking crazy shit these days. Like, my niece and nephew already have their own iPad, right? My nephew's like 5 years old. They got the internet right there. Tell you what, I wish I had a computer before I was like 13. Going around to my friend's house to play Age of Empires on his computer was like one of the coolest things. Because A, I get to play on a computer that I didn't have at home. And B, Age of Empires 1 was sick. Sometimes, still to this day, I play Age of Empires 2. You know, a round of nostalgia. Those are good ass games. I was thinking about Age of Empires 4, like the newest one that they have, obviously. I was thinking about grabbing it, but I feel like I'd only play it every now and then. I don't really want to spend $60 on a game that I would only play every now and then. Targeted myself for some reason. Yeah, that was weird. Man. You know, there's one thing we're getting lucky at. It's having to kill everything. Going on a chicken spree. A lot of flaws that we just have to murder. Blind as cringe. Finally, my combo went off. Sure. And we just hit level 90. Nice. I tried so hard to make my heated clean shot combo go off, and I had to do like 4 of them before I even got the 10 gauge that I was fishing for. Don't turn around. Don't you do it. He turned around. Don't you dare close your eyes. Or in this case, open them. We didn't get an extra treasure stage. You know, I'm kind of worried with how Twitch speakers, right? You say Sage instead of sad and stuff like that. It's just how emotes work. I'm kind of worried that we will eventually make ourselves stupid because we keep talking like that, or at least I do. And I know other people that frequent Twitch do. It's just like, I am dumbing myself. Help. At least I'm aware of the issue though, I guess. Yeah, we? It's like a royal we, right? The we that doesn't always mean everyone that's in the channel. Motherfucker. Can't believe he'd just blow up like that. At least this boss might be a little bit better with 2 people, because this guy takes a while, but... Alright. My stomach just grumbled. Actually, yeah. Yeah, first time doing this, Kelly, you might get a lot of owns. I mean, even for me, it's kind of hard sometimes. Just figuring out where the safe spot is. He's autoing me so hard. I think out of the first 3 bosses, this one's the hardest, honestly. Just because of this mechanic. Might be a bit. Okay. He's doing it. Look at him go. Nice. Is that the achievement for the zone? Huh. I didn't know it was named like that. Les Morts d'Elegant Monstrosities. Ten more floors. For story, anyway. Tight. And hopefully I can gain some Aether pool this time now. So if you just run away from Spike Tail, all that does is put a poison on you if they hit you, but if you just run away from it, it's just like, whatever. See, like, I'll stand here and take it. It's not that bad of a poison, but it does stack, so it can be. We've got to be educational while we're doing the run as well. But also, if they do hit you eventually, it will just reapply. Like if I run into him, yeah. We were educational with those. Tried. Also, landmine. Good to know. It's good to know your traps. Landmine is a good one. No, I was trying to hit you. This guy might be a bit... Okay. Probably gonna have to get rid of him. He's an exit camper. The Demolisher might also be an exit camper, but we'll see. Yeah, just a bit close. I don't actually know what this trap is. Maybe we should try. I'm gonna have a look. Okay, that's the L one. I haven't done Eureka Orthos enough to know what the traps look like that aren't in the other ones. I'm just an owl. Don't mind me. Can I loot chest? Yes. It's kind of nice with two people for these, because you know, you just can out-kill them before they even get it off. Unlike when soloing, and it's kind of hit or miss. Especially as a warrior. Don't really kite as a warrior. That much, anyway. But I do think when I run this to completion, I kind of want to do it on Machinist. Just because the damage is, like, better, right? Eh. Don't care about that chest. Feel like Heaven on High has taught me one thing, and it's doing a deep dungeon as a tank is time consuming. When time is your only enemy. Is that our first Gloom floor? Damn, that's insane. He might hit me. Yeah. I was never gonna outrun him. Kind of crazy that we didn't see Gloom until now, though. Any fat loot? Okay. Kinda don't want to do the robot with gloom in case he punches us in the face. I don't even know if they have the electromagnetic thing on this. Let's see. Okay. It's a little weird at least. Even on high, that's scary. Alright, Mr. Wyvern. Strength is good. Got our extra strength and steel bank. I think there was another chest in there I didn't look at, but I didn't see it, so I don't care. Out of sight, out of mind. The only thing we're really fishing for right now is like intuitions, just to try and get more money. Also, I just remembered one thing I dislike about doing deep dungeons with more than one person. Is bronze chests are personal, right? But sometimes only one person gets a piece of loot. So like when pot shards and fragments drop, just one person, it's like, ugh. Plus 36. I remember that from when I did the sweat emote grind with badges and Heaven on High, actually. Because we were like different, even though we had done the same amount of runs, I think one of us were a few behind each other. Like, man, we've got to do a whole nother run now just to get the other one. Kinda sucks. Run away. Should be fine out of gloom, but just in case. You like that little Alois corridor? I don't. Fortune. Because we'll probably have to kill another mob. Why not? Yeah, I was gonna say, unless we get really lucky and sneak around, but I don't think that's happening. Also, I pressed the wrong button, so my my reassembled on my one. Hell yeah. If we don't get trapped. Classic deep dungeon noob. That was funny. I was just about to say, if we don't get trapped, we actually can make it through here, but... Same. That's fair. Yeah, it's so good. It always looks funny when, you know, someone's running places in this game because of latency and delay that the movement has in it. That's why I'm always scared when I'm raiding, because it looks like people are getting hit by mechanics, and then I'm like, well, how'd you live? Right, any silver chests? Yes, cool. We go after that one. Where is he? There. I'm always scared for these frontal cones, even though it's a line that you can clearly see. I'm scared of it being like a freaking full 180, because there's a few mobs in Heaven on High that do like a cone and they are just full 180s. It's just like, okay. Game trolling sometimes. Nice. Plus 35 arm. Like I said, it's probably okay. But holy, so scary. Not even out. Is there another chest in that room, or did that drop? Or was that in the first room? I don't even remember. You can keep your treasure. No, that was in the first room. It was a witching, that's right. Yeah. Like I said, mobs in this will just one-shot you if you do the mechanic wrong, like, even if you don't know the mechanic. Sometimes you just get blasted. That's why doing it blind prog, like I am for the later floors, is kinda tasty. Like, I think Eureka Orthos will take me quite a bit of time to actually finish, just because of blind progging. But it's a little bit of fun. Because, you know, Deep Dungeon is generally like a community thing. Everyone figures out all the stuff. They give the community the lowdown. And then I'm just like, I'm a blind prog it, fuck it. Because for Palace and Heaven on High, I definitely followed a guide. At least my finished result of Palace, I was doing it blind for quite a while, up until like 180. Like 2.5 years ago when I started doing it. But then the completed run, I already knew the strat and everything. So I think I'll be dying in Eureka Orthos quite a lot going forward. Okay, might as well get a free one. Dude, my stomach is probably hungry. It's grumbling. Keep hearing it. Fine though. Can eat it at some point. The stone skin will actually be quite helpful in the next room too. That's why Unai is the beast. Dog is nice for DPS. Probably be pretty helpful on a tank for clearing this, but it's nice having a little pocket healer. Thank you, Dragon. You're the beast. I looked at him, he looked at me. I thought in my head, please turn around, and he did it. That's how you win deep dungeons. You just think. You think, therefore you are. Something like that. That's not actually good advice for deep dungeons. Don't use it. You can if you want, but I wouldn't. We're getting a nice array of steel and strength, which is amazing, because those are the things that speed up the runs the most. Don't worry about that, it's just a Vaughn. Oh, we got Corrigan. Hell yeah. I forgot I popped an alteration. Didn't even drop any chests. Can't believe it. Yeah, these guys can be quite annoying at times because they like zone you, but not so bad. Just a vulnerability. Have to kill that guy too. Hopefully the dragon stays put as we get another respawn. He moved after he he moved after he cast, I guess. Because he was looking safe and then, yeah. It's alright. Just say you wanted the treasure, Kelly, that's all. Saw that treasure chest, you're like, I gotta have it. I'll go get it for you. There you go, a free safety. Oh, okay. That's fair. Well, we're almost done here anyway, so that's pretty good timing. No. Man, I can't wait to do a deep dungeon with a class that doesn't have an interrupt. I mean, obviously I started my grind on Red Mage all those many years ago. I was like, man, Red Mage looks like a great class to do it with, but turns out, not so good. Getting interrupted every cast is not fun. But I'm definitely not looking forward to not having an interrupt. If I ever do a job that doesn't have one, just for mimics. Because they give a damage down if they get their cast off. That's like 10 minutes long. Oh, we don't have auto heal? Ugh. I just noticed. Like, why is my health bad? I want to see in here just in case he exits in here. Oh my god, it is. Well, the silver chest is important and then we'll clear. You guy, you big dragon mofo. It was close. I almost got away with it. That turnaround was rude as heck. We could use a storms here actually, just so it doesn't take an hour. Otherwise we would have had to kill all 4 of those and that would be annoying. Yeah, Storms is basically like Petri in Heaven on High, but it just puts all mobs down to 1 health. They do regenerate, so if you got a lot of them all in one room, then you can just one-shot right. It's like, nice. I think Petri overall is better, but Storms you can actually make some fun plays with as well. Orange. Kind of funny I started doing Eureka Orthos after doing the Criterion because Scythe Tail is like a out mechanic that I kind of forgot what it was until doing Criterion. But because everything in Criterion one-shots you, it's like, okay, you learn really fast. Well, not everything one-shots you. Everything in here one-shots you more than in Criterion, but... there's enough in there. Silver chest. Might as well grab it since this is the last floor before boss. I have to kill this guy too, he moved. We're gonna get a few mobs here, but should be okay. Need to avoid the Scythe Tail and stuff. Man, this silver chest. It's like, hey, you really want me, do you? Just spawns another mob in front of us. Was it worth it? Maybe. Maybe not. I'm gonna get the back turtle because the other turtle might move. There's the delay thing again. Alright, silver chest. A demi clone. I was hoping for like something useful, but hey, don't you die over there. I can't even like see your health bar. This thing being over my stuff. That silver chest took way too long to grab, and it wasn't even like... wasn't even good. I'm gonna use a sight so we know where we're going. Okay, upwards. Because I'm greedy. Just another steal. That way. We're probably gonna use a strength and a steel on the boss anyway, right? So, matter so much. Oh, there is a cutscene. I was wondering if there was a cutscene. Any criers in the chat? Song always followed by tears. It really takes you back to like coils, right? Alright, let's do this. She shouldn't be alive that long with 2 DPS, but solo in this fight there's definitely a lot of mechanics and stuff to learn. You know your wings and tails. I think the stone skin will be huge, but the hardest thing doing this fight is when you're playing melee and you gotta figure out how to full melee uptime. For me at least. Because some of these patterns can get quite rough. Oh, we don't both get one? Game. creatures of darkness. I'd say out of all the bosses in Deep Dungeon though, this is probably one of the most interesting ones. Behemoth is cool, but only because he's really challenging. Doesn't have a lot going for him other than he will kill you if you make a mistake. Pretty relaxing with 2 DPS though, I must say, holy. Like usually this fight takes a while. Nice. And a free +1. I gained... I think I was like 34. So I gained 7 armor and 2 arms. That's not bad. Considering, you know, you don't really get much below level 30. Someone that's done it a few times. No treasure that run though. Two arms, 16 armor? Dang. We got a lot of armor then, huh? 2 arm, holy, that's not good at all for a first run. Yeah, usually it's a little bit more balanced, but I guess we got pretty lucky on armor today. I don't mind though, because it just makes my job a little easier with the grind later. Lunar Barding. How much that is? Don't remember that being in the game beforehand. Wow. Cute. Probably never gonna use them. I think that's the only, well, for us, that's Eureka Orthos, so I mean we can continue that one further if you want at another time, but for now I want to go back to my house. Since you probably want to watch Street Fighter anyway, right? I've never done like past 36, so I don't want to have to learn something. 230k. I think I will just use this. It's not bad, but so not great. Yeah, that works. Get your story done and then we'll pick it up another time perhaps. What does the Lunar Barding look like? Is it just the barding? Or is there like more to it? There's a bit more. Check it out. Horse, where are you? I can't use it because of the damn umbrella. Unable to summon companion here. Why can I not summon my companion in my house? Guess I'll just get on him. That works too. What do we think? I mean, it's quite clearly Tsukuyomi, right? But it's also very lunary. I don't know if I like it that much. It looks dumb on the chocobo. And that's fair, Kelly. At least we got some content done. Like I much prefer my my, where is he? Levin. I much prefer the beard. I mean, the shoes are kind of cool though with the Luna. The Luna shoes are kind of cool. I don't mind them. They give him little straps on his legs. So maybe I'll use the shoes. Chocobo needs a beard. It's the only way. At least I got a second chance point from running you through that. Yay. I've got to figure out my retainer situation. It's pretty dire, you know, just sitting on 20 out of 20 items. Perhaps after stream I'll lower some prices and stuff like that. Alright, Callie, thanks for hanging out today. Have a great rest of your night, man. Is this better than my scholar book? Yes. Quite a bit better. Don't really play scholar, but you know, gotta upgrade where you can. Well, next expansion. And decent for this because, you know, no, it doesn't. Actually hard to get alchemist levels, so got decent fit. My submarine should be relatively close to returning. 17 minutes. Okay, we can do something for 17 minutes, surely. Not that. Maybe a leveling roulette. They sometimes take 17 minutes. What do I want to play in there though? Maybe we'll bring out the summoner. I don't remember how to play summoner, but it shouldn't be that hard. Brain dead class, right? It doesn't even have any buttons. Quite crazy how little summoner actually has on the bars. Like, you could probably only fill 2 bars and you'd be done if you laid them out well enough. What carbuncle do I have? Blue? I don't even remember how to change these things. This is this outfit I made when my group were doing Zodiac. This is basically my date with Zodiac outfit. Because it was around Valentine's that we did Zodiac the first time, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll wear this. Good. So my finger seems to have a skin tag on it. That's not great. You know, a skin tag that you want to rip off, but then you rip the flesh. It's just annoying enough for me to have noticed. How did it get there also? Who knows? Alright, I just took it off. Hopefully it doesn't bleed now. Shouldn't. Only little. I think for today I will do this leveling roulette. Get the submarine and then maybe call it. Since I am tired today. Tomorrow I plan on doing Heaven on High. So hopefully I'll be done with Heaven on High tomorrow. For my first completed run anyway. I'll never be done with it unless I do it 19 times. But 21 next expansion I guess. So probably never be done. We'll see. I should also think about actually spending some wolf marks. Kind of forgot about those. But I am kind of hoping I get either a low level dungeon or a high level. Well, not actually a high level, I just need a low level. Either a low level dungeon or a dungeon that has a first timer. Those are the two things I want. Bahamut. Can't summon Bahamut. Alpha. Surely Alpha's an enemy. I was watching Gripe last night, the Echo team boss, I guess. They got up to phase 6 in top. They did that relatively quickly considering they weren't doing top for like 6 months. So they were already phase 5. But now they're phase 6. I think that was like day 3. Not bad. A little bit more to figure out and they'll probably be done within like the week. I mean, phase 6 is pretty challenging for a blind prog group, I guess. And the DPS check, they're doing it with like old potions and old gear apparently and old food, so it's not like it's become easier. There are some class changes that probably happen, but other than that, I assume it's relatively difficult. They just wanted to make it as hard as possible to show that they were the alpha chads of the Final Fantasy community, even though they play World of Warcraft. And everyone knows anyone who plays World of Warcraft is not an alpha chad. Which is why at the end of this month when I'm playing World of Warcraft, I will not be an alpha chad. Hour of Babal. Well, I don't remember how to play Summoner, but let's learn really quickly. That's an adventure plate. Good one. Guess I just press this button. How do I even get my dudes out? I don't remember how to summon. I need a Bahamut first, right? I actually don't remember how to play this class. Okay, yeah. Let's E-Fret because I already screwed up. Dude, summon is hard when you haven't played it for over a year. Who would have thought? I should learn how to summon it though, because it's a pretty good deep dungeon class. And if I push to either do Omni Deep Dungeon, then it might actually be worth. I'm just pressing buttons. I mean, Phoenix is here. As long as I get my buff up, I guess I'm all good. What's that button do? I think that's the heal. Dude, this game's hard. Like, how the magnets work. I'm learning how to summon her. I don't know how the game. Don't have time to figure it out. I don't even have Adel on my buff. Holy. Opposites attract. That is how magnets work. Might have been a bad Garuda because he's about to die, but it is what it is. Mate, can you stop targeting me? I'm gonna have to cast like every now and then. Out so targeted. It's always fun to just jump onto a class that you haven't played in like a year plus. I think the last time I actually played Summoner was the Dead Ends when it was relevant. So, you know, it's been a little while. I'll enkindle myself because I can't be bothered clicking on the tank. I mean, there's definitely classes I'm probably worse at than Summoner though, so... Stay tuned. Funny, I feel like in Shadowbringers I was semi-decent at this class. And they changed it. I didn't like it, so I didn't play it. Don't mind me just doing a Bahamut. Because I can. I'm not going to be able to use these. Got to keep them rolling. I think as long as you're using summons, you're probably doing okay. Probably. Don't know why I keep the Garuda though. Going that way. But yeah, hopefully, because I'm throwing a little bit because I don't remember how to play. Hopefully, the dungeon ends about the same time my submarine gets back. That'd be perfect. That'd be really freaking good. She's like, you know, I know there's no mobs here, but Phoenix. Works every time. No one died because I'm using my swift cars. What am I doing? That's not the button I was meant to be pressing. What in the world are you doing? Not the frog. How many stacks? 8. We got the whole Bahamut off. Let's go. Wow, that's so rude, mate. The longest cast in the world, and he looks at me. Dude, summon is hard. No troll. Kill him. Min-max in the dungeon just because I pull out my summons. They make me min-max the dungeon. Like, I never care about going into the small at the last second and then coming out for that. But playing summoner, do it. Well, even though today wasn't like super full on, I would say it was productive. Hopefully we finish even on high tomorrow. I say hopefully because there's still a chance that RNG can just, you know, ram its giant dingaling against me. What? But hopefully I don't have to deal with too bad RNG. Because I'd like to be done with Even on High tomorrow so I can start pumping Eureka Orthos a bit harder. That'd be nice. Hey Freed, I know you're gonna be late, but do something. I don't know if I get this cast off. Yeah, I did. Why even have that floor just doing that, right? It's like, you know, like why even there? I'm gonna save some stuff for the boss this time. We've been overspending, you know? I feel like it's coming back to me though. I feel like I could play Summoner in a raid now and do just fine. Probably. Shouldn't, but probably could. Also, I think it's raining outside. I feel like I hear rain. He's gone. Oh, I should have actually held in till like this. But I'm dumb, stupid. Can I just stand like up here? Yes. Okay, well, we'll get one cast off. What do I even do if I'm a summoner and I don't have a cast? Help. Also, I'm glad they made Radiant Aegis actually usable when you don't have Carbuncle out. Like, it's always out, but I mean when you summon the dudes, because that was really cringe. Go, Garuda. Don't give me the mechanic. Oh. Can we just kill it before it even does anything? Thank you. What's my book look like? Pretty okay. Owie. It's a pretty nice book. I do say so myself. Which I do. Yeah, that's better when I actually can cast. Excuse me? What in the world? I just wish there was like a little bit more oomph with Summoner. Like it feels like it could be a really good class, but then, you know, you press the buttons, the summons come out, and it doesn't really feel like it has any power. Like, dude, you're summoning like primals and Bahamut and the Phoenix are pretty sick, so surely there should be some power. Feels kind of weak. Much more gear that I can turn in. I still need to find one Resplendent Fever, not friends. Timers. One Resplendent Fever for my my Alco Nost or whatever the hell that mount is. I've just been buying them. I bought the two for 250k total. It wasn't bad. I'm just looking for another one that is like 150k or less. I don't really care about the mount, but I do care about getting the mount for cheap. So that's what my goal is. This to this should be good. Yeet. My submarines are kind of slacking right now because I need these two to find the way out of this zone so I can go to the next, but I've been a little bit unlucky when it comes to that. Quick tongue. Any quick tongues? No? No quick tongues. I want to go to my farm. Jesus. Cat girl just flashes you. And at least today allowed me to figure out one more mechanic in Eureka Orthos. That was very handy. Those clones, man. Who could have seen that coming? I mean, I was always afraid about attacking them, right? The big, red, glowy boys. I'm like, well, surely there's going to be some issue with those. And there was. Alright, did I have any of these actually set up? Yes, a little bit. I made 5,000 calories. But look, it's the end of the week and I forgot to do more than just one. Classic. Like these. Get all our fleece and stuff. How many of that do I have? Fleece. Where is he? Here. 137, so not that much. We've only just started the sheep farm. It might take a little bit longer to get the fleece, but we'll get there eventually. I think there's maintenance tomorrow, actually. It's not early though. So that works out in our favor, I guess. Like maintenance, but it's gonna be like right when I'm ending stream anyway. So I think we'll be okay. Things I want to do after stream is sort out my inventory system, because currently it's screwing me. I actually made another character that I want to invite to my FC at some point. I guess I'll get someone to do that. Just so I can have another set of retainers in my FC. Because it is getting a little bit ridiculous. Because I have all of this stuff that I've been getting from like Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead and stuff like that. Plus the stuff that's in my FC chest, which is from submarines. Plus I already am trying to sell 40 items on my retainers. Probably think about making more potions in the near future as well. Because knowing top, I'll probably need like 3,000 of them. Oh, I'm at the thought of it. Oh. Just the thought of making potion. Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm done for the day. And because he's online, I guess I'll raid Oldish because I haven't had a chance to. Hopefully I can just do it here because that would be very... Give him a raid, he's leveling up his tanks right now. Trying to get everything leveled. One moment. Can type it out in my own chat. Let's go. I don't have my dashboard open, so it's a little bit fucky. Because now I have to... I'll just put it here. It works. Put that there. Then that over top. And we should be fine. But yeah, tomorrow, Heaven on High. We've got 2 save files at 91, so it should be easy to finish. And from there, I don't know. We'll have a look. Maybe some Criterion. But yeah, I'll see you guys when I see you. Just gonna send this. It takes a little bit, right? Maybe I'll show you next time. I will send it in a moment. I'm just making sure I have all my shit set up. Not only do I have to after raid in the stream, it's challenging, you know. It's a big challenge. But yeah, I'll see you guys when I see you next. Have a good day or night, depending on where you are in the world. And hopefully tomorrow is awesome. I keep saying I should stop saying I will be back tomorrow to do something, because last week I did that and then a builder come around at midday and I was like, well, can't stream today then. so I've got to stop doing that. But I should be back tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to send it off now. So I'll see you guys when I see you next. Have a good one.